Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, August the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a quick sound check, please. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Excellent. Lots of activity this morning. Man, this has been activity Monday for sure. First of all, let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week. Trade of the week, if you got it, if you didn't get it, I'll just explain it. So the trade of the week is INVA, considered alive at 1619. Yeah, 1619. That looks like the high. So again, you don't have to take it right away, of course. You don't have to take it at all, but that is a suggestion. So there it is, the trade of the week, INVA. No volume yet. Now, Trill is a buyout. Or potential buyout, I guess, by Pfizer. Pfizer is really interesting, guys. I mean, Pfizer is really interesting. If you, so it looks like they are going to be actually granted now full drug. Well, excuse me. I hate to use the term experimental, but if you guys, William would be able to explain it a lot better than I can. But let me just see exactly what it said. I mean, it looks like this week they're going to be. Just give me a moment here. I just want to read exactly what it says. The FDA is expected to fully approve Pfizer and BioNTech's vaccine this week. Okay, fully approve it. So it was on an emergency use basis, but now, yeah. So I mean, there's Pfizer, guys. I mean, it's almost at an all-time high. And I think they're looking at, and they're acquiring Trillium. Yes, TRIL. So lots of news on Pfizer. Crypto is alive and kicking. I think it was over 50,000 this week. Bitcoin anyway, over 50,000 this weekend. Don't know what it's doing right now, but I saw Mara and Riot on the move. There we are. So yeah, it's up 6%. Riot, I'm sure, is about the same. Kara. Boy, I believe Kara was one of the, I think there were only two in the option scanner Friday. Kind of came late. I think it was one of them. And another gap up. I can't quite see. I see Kara FDA decision. They're awaiting FDA decision for their new drug application. Now we know how that went with the one from last week. So SNOA. VVA. I had a W. My VVs were close together. VVOS. VVOS is FDA clearance for their particular drug. I think is a snoring drug. VVOS. So looking at this, so 603. So the high last month was 545. The month before that was 609. That looks like what it kind of got to. Well, actually got up to 657 in the pre-market. So obviously it has room. It's only 17 million in the float. PSTV. I don't think PSTV is holding its gains. PSTV. Yeah, it's starting to drift down. This is actually shortable for me. PSTV on data presentation. So this is one that did get FDA approval for their new drug application, and this is XERS. I actually traded this morning. It was a quick one, very, very quick one. Now, I'm actually now maybe looking to short it, but it's holding. It's holding. XERS. Actually, it was shortable before. It is not shortable anymore for me at Interactive Brokers. FLGC. It was shortable earlier. FLGC is gapping down. Again, this was a wild one last week. What does it gap down now? 6%. I don't see any specific reason for it. It just is. AX, ALX. Oh, somebody said it was a buyout. I didn't see that it was a buyout. Maybe wrong, of course, but all I see is potentially in sympathy with the Trillium Pfizer buyout. I don't see that it is a buyout. GOVX, another wild one from last week. GOVX is gapping down a bit. Not a bit, it's down 10% now. CIO, I'm sure I did not see this one last week. Canadian REIT. I didn't even take it, just a second. CIO, there we go. Big gap up here. After the company announced this, okay, so that news just came in. I didn't see that earlier. Announced the sale of its life science assets for $576 million. So that is the reason for the big gap up, and that's, not a huge float. So CIO, look at this. So they must have done that after hours on Friday. I hate to say it, I know somebody was in the room on Friday afternoon really pumping this staff. So they did a financing, so no bueno. They did a financing at, I think it was $2.10. AXSM. And this is up because, okay, so the FDA is saying there was no additional info required, but their PDUFA would not be completed by the date. But I guess their good news is that no additional information was required. So I guess that's why they're saying, or that's not what they're saying, but that's what the market is saying. Wow, that's a lot of volume too. AXSM. ORPH. A lot of activity this morning for a Monday morning. ORPH. A gap up on phase 2-3. So this is ripe for our short, guys. Let's see how well this holds. Right? And there are shorts available. Yeah, 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So. And this is, I don't get this one. Is it because they make everything in China? But XLNX has gapped up. Come on. XLNX has gapped up on the news that China has basically approved the ADI Maxim merger, which could clear the way for AMD buying Xilinx. But it's all to do with the China government. So obviously, these are American companies, but maybe they make everything in China. And Uber and Lyft getting slapped a little bit here because, in California, some judge said, this contract employee issue is not settled, and so Uber got hammered down a little bit, and so did Lyft, LYFT. And I think that's it for my list. A lot of stocks this morning, though. All right, let me do a quick check now to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Wow. Analysts definitely took the weekend off. Okay, just a few upgrades and hardly any downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and I say there are very few downgrades. There you have it. Yeah, so far, the crypto plays, so far, I always find Mara and Riot very difficult intraday traders. I mean, if you believe in crypto, I guess, maybe take some and hold it. I'm not saying that's certainly not a recommendation, but I always find Mara and Riot very difficult intraday traders. Let's just take a look at the big ETFs and see what's happening pre-market. My guess, the market, of course, is having a nice little gap up already. Look at, okay, energy. Hey, every single stock is up. I did notice Oxy. Oxy is up big. OXY. This is up big. So all the energy plays being a bounce so far today. All the energy stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. That's what that means at 100%. So virtually so there's energy, healthcare, 81%, consumer discretionary, 90%, tech, 83%. So as we speak, financials, almost 80%. So as we speak, all the major sectors are up, except for utilities, which is usually the case when the market's up. When the market's down, people will tend to look at utilities because of dividends, etc. So this is why this is down a little bit, I suppose. That's a glimpse at what's happening pre-market with the big sectors. I wouldn't hold my breath on energy, but yeah. I mean, how many times have I done that in the pre-market? And every one of them, it's 100% down. but there's no question. I did see Oxy this morning, OXY, and that had a nice gap up. It was 4% or so. Yeah, 4.4%. It's a big float, almost $1 billion in the float. I don't see any specific news on Oxy other than, I guess, the energy plays are starting to move a bit. Real, are you in the room yet? I don't see him in the room yet. All right, so VVOS, yeah, VVOS is on the move here. It's almost at the pre-market highs. There's the pre-market high right up here, around 659. Yeah, I know, I didn't go down the list. I was hoping he would hear me. Speaking of Cassie, I should have mentioned Cassie also. CASI. I know you're kidding about CASA, but Cassie, come on, CASI. Cassie, little bit of a gap up here. A lot of volume, 3.9 million. I don't see any specific reason. I keep searching a headline. I don't see any specific reason. Obviously, something happened after hours, though. You can just take a look after hours. This mauve area right here is Friday after hours, so something happened. Yeah, so one way you can do that, what time is it? I can help you. One way you can do that, Malik, is to create a symbol list. Okay, so you've got the watch list. All you have to do is this. Let's say you wanted ORF. Okay, you click on the symbol. See if this works here. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work in the... Okay, let me find something. So let's say... So I click on it, FULC, which is not bad, guys. It's on my watch list, and you see where it says, Okay, here you see where it says send to. So this is in the chart, but if you had an alert, okay, I guess it just doesn't work in this window here. I don't see the send to. Okay, but if you have in an alert, if you see it in the chart, you just go send to, and then symbol lists, and you will see your symbol list that you created. You know, probably if you don't have very many, you'll see it right at the top, and you just click on it and it'll send it there. Okay? Does that make sense? So again, if you had an alert, you would just right click on it, and then just pick send to symbol list, and then you'll see it. It'll be one of the. It should be probably right at the top if you just created it. So that's probably the quickest way to do it. Does the consecutive candle filter work? Yes. Now, if you're finding something that you don't think it worked, I can't really help you. You'd have to send the cloud link. But I mean, the consecutive candle filter works. I was asked that in our YouTube room. This curve, guys. Okay, it's only one share. I thought, wow, look at this big gap up, 29%. What's happening? One share. Well, VVOS on the move here. Yeah, this could be, I mean, it's a super low float. I think it's a super low float. Not super low. I mean, it's low, but it's not one of the crazy low floats, 2 million in the float. But certainly 17 million is not excessive, and 657 was the high in the pre-market. So it's almost taking that out. And the next high looking left on the monthly chart, I believe, was 712. And then after that, if he really wants to get going, 1086. William, that's too bad. Don't like to hear that. This was an options play. Didn't really do that much. PXLY, actually PXLW. That was on Friday. There are only two, I believe. PXLW and Cara. Real. Good morning. Wonder if you can help me out just a little bit here. I have to take off at 10:45. Okay, and I should be back at about 11:30. So, you don't have to do anything other than hopefully you just can be in the room, if you don't mind. And that's from about 10:45. Okay, thanks so much. So about 10:45 to 11:30. Much appreciated. QFIN guys on Friday. I think it was an earnings play on Friday, August 19th. No, not well, maybe not Friday, but it was an earning play last week. Yeah, so let's see, postmark. Okay, so it was an earnings, well, they released after hours Thursday, but the reaction always is the day after. So it was an earnings play basically on Friday and a continuation to a certain extent. Not very much volume. There's a 200-day moving average right up here. Yeah, it touched the pre-market high. That's what I have anyway, 659, because the pre-market high was I'm sorry, you were right. 657 was the pre-market high. So it just, it touched that. I think I forgot to mention STEM. That was the last one on my list. STEM was on the move a little bit later, STEM. Yeah, STEM was on the move, and I didn't see any reason for it. Not any specific reason for STEM. But it is up 6%, 7%, not a ton of volume. It's a big float. But something is moving it. I just can't see any headline on it. Well, Trill is a buyout, so I don't know. I mean, Trill's a buyout. I don't know how much more it's going to move. Okay, I mean, you can always tell a buyout just by the... well, I've got try, not it's Thompson. Just a second. So we've got a few things. Yeah, so it's a buyout, so I don't know. I mean, listen, anything can happen, but pretty well set here. All right, guys, want to get set for the open? Yeah, the CIO is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this before. A Canadian REIT. A little, come on. Here we go. Canadian REIT had all sorts of action after hours on Friday. And a big sale. I mean, that's the deal. $536 million sale, I think. So we got up to $21. Starting to fade though. It is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, no, yeah, we're certainly not talking about taking it now. I mean, the spread right now isn't good, but it's just a matter of watching it once the market opens and seeing, is this going to hold? I mean, it did get up to $21 Friday afternoon after the market closed. 576 million. Sell life science portfolio for 576 million. Now, I don't know what else they've got in their portfolio, but out of Vancouver. Maybe I'll visit them today just to see what's happening. But they do all their business in the States. Yes, less than 30 seconds to the open. Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And we are now open. AXSM is starting to fade here. Jay, I don't know. I have no idea if there's a problem with the web access. Not that I'm aware of. I'm checking to see if we're getting support calls on that. I don't see any. I do not see any. Okay, we've got Energy Play BTU. So the Energy Plays, yeah, definitely alive today. Anyway, trade of the week is INVA, INVA. Considered live at 1619, so it has not triggered. I know it got a little bit above that in the pre-market, but 1619, that is the considered live then. XERS is starting to move down now, guys. And I'm just keeping an eye on the market. So we've had a nice gap up for tech and the Dow and SPY. And we have keep an eye on this one, guys. RGC. This, of course, was the wild, crazy one on Friday afternoon. RGC on the move here. It's down 20%, but it's, what it got to on Friday all the way up to 27. And Zach, well, I'm sure you are. I don't know if you got my email, but thanks for alerting the room to DATS, D-A-T-S. It looks still strong. I mean, it's down a little bit, but, look what it did. This was just a great one on Friday at the end of the day. And it took, got all the way up to 652 and after hours. Well, we're getting lots of activity here. Look at that PXLW on the move here. 47 million in the float. I don't see any specific reason for it, but man, oh man, had a great day on Friday and continuation back. Actually, 3 great days. Thursday, Friday, and now today. APPH is on the move. APPH on the move here, guys. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't do very much. APPH on the move. Again, I'm looking for a headline. I don't see a headline for it. Hey, wow. Now, I would forget about this one, guys. I know it showed up on the option scanner, but it's a buyout, okay? So I don't expect that it's going to move very much. I know it showed up on the option scanner. All right, PVAC on the move. Again, low volume so far, but it is on the move. I mean, these are just early looks. 17.7. Looks like it has quite a bit of resistance not that far away. Okay, let me just do a quick check on the web-based version. Again, I don't use it, but let me just see if I can load it. If there seems to be a problem. Yeah, I have no problem. So I don't know what's going on your system. I just loaded the web-based version, so I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know how to help you. You know, there's definitely not an issue. I am connected. Another one on the move here, guys. NCTY on the move here. NCTY. Crypto play, right? This is a crypto play. NCTY. Next high looking left is up here at 1710. I think. Let me make sure. Yes, 1710. So this has some room. I know some of you are following a Robinhood, H-O-O-D, H-O-O-D, on the move here. A 5%. Let's see, what was the high on Friday? The high on Friday was 45.56, so yeah, it takes that out. It's got a shot to move a little bit more. I don't have SYTA halted, so it must be under 20,000 shares. Yeah, I don't have, yeah, so my filter is 20,000, but yeah, it's halted. SYTA, you're absolutely right. At 18,000 shares, so my filter is at 20. And SIEB, just as Zach was talking about this, SIEB just got halted. Now that's a low float. 10.8 million in the float. Ooh, through the 200-day moving average as we speak, 432, 443 now. Looking left, what do we see? We see 453. Yeah, I mean, if it gets through that 450 mark, I mean, it's got a shot to the 5 level. I'm just looking to see what the anticipated open is. Certainly not a big gap up. 443 is where it's halted. I'm seeing 442, 442. It's early, of course. And that can change. You know, I would absolutely, you know, the Pfizer certainly, it's probably because of the float, but it has certainly lagged Moderna and, well, mRNA, really. And BNTX, I guess because of the float. But yeah, now it is a fully approved vaccine. And plus they're buying Trillium, T-R-I-L. The platinum group of metals, right on. Okay, we have palladium, rhodium, ruthenium, iridium, etc. So this one, INPUY, I've never heard of it. Where are they out of? I can't recognize that flag. Oh, that's the South African flag, okay. So it doesn't trade very much. It's just showing up as an alert. Fetch, Real was talking about Fetch, FTCH. And so it has just gone negative. 20 cents under the close on Friday. Don't see any specific news on it. Had a big gap up first. Now the gap down. Nice short. I just don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, but nice short on the AXSM ZAC. This is now, I mean, really giving it up. Now, nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. These are the early alerts from my watch list. I do put a delay of 15 minutes for these two, just to try to see if things can settle down just a little bit. Just a minute, please. I love DATs. I love DATs because I made money on it on Friday. But other than that, I mean, yes, there we go. I just had an alert set at 6:22. I mean, the high on Friday was 6:54 after hours, I do believe. This has a chance of being halted. Of course, it's an all-time high. Okay, guys. Now, I know I say this every now and then. You're on your own. RGC just got halted again on volatility. It's a very low float. Very low float. Okay. It was wild. Okay. Well, there's the DAT. Sorry, bring up the RGC. So, I mean, this one did get up to about $26, $27 on Friday, but you're on your own trying to trade this, okay? This is a really wild one. Well, the short watch, I think, is over. I mean, it could continue down, but I mean, earlier on, I shouldn't say it's over. I mean, I suppose if it really can rest somewhere and then continue down, but well, guys, you know, for a Monday morning, this is great action. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY Dow's up, huge. Well, not huge, but it's up. Tech is no disconnect whatsoever. We've got value, growth, both up. We've got DATs up. We've got crypto on the move. So listen, DATs could probably show up on my watch list up, but you know, when you see it, it's probably going to look very extended. So you have to, you know, just be careful. I mean, there was the first alert for it, 9:43, but all right, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at some of my gappers here. And I'm hearing Mara over and over again. So the crypto, of course, crypto is, I don't know, what's Bitcoin at, guys? Somebody look that up. What is Bitcoin at right now? I know it's got to be over 50K, right? Still. And look at this. So, you know, it can be very wild. I find Mara and Riot difficult intraday traders, but hey, there's that bottoming tail all the way down to 36, pop right back up. What a Friday, what a Monday morning, guys. I mean, this is, sometimes they can be real snoozers, but not so today. Oh, GOEV, what are you doing? Look at GOEV on the move here. GOEV. Next high looking left on the daily is around 7, just a little over 7. After that, if I can somehow break through that, looks like there's a ton of resistance around 8. But right now, it's not a low float, 99 million in the float. All right, now we have a resumption for SYTA. The volume has picked up. Another one out of Vancouver. So SYTA just got halted on the way down, and RGC just resumed. I just see you post. I did see hi ho in the pre-market. I did see it. Highway Holdings. Okay, I have an alert set for CVM. I can't remember why. CVM. Let's see. Well, I must have set this a long time ago. Oh, I see why. So it is above 974. That was last month's high. So it's above last month's high. This got absolutely crushed. Can't remember if it wasn't the entire month. It was probably a couple of days. Well, in fact, right here that week, got crushed. CVM trying to come back. Might be interesting if it takes out 10. 41 million in the float. No volume yet, though. No volume. Okay, just looking at my option scanner again. The only one, but I would disregard it. I mean, it's a buyout trill, TRIL. I mean, I suppose it could move higher, but I would just discount it completely. Well, here's another one on the move here. Frey, F-R-E-Y, out of Luxembourg, okay? An EV play out of Luxembourg, F-R-E-Y, or at least their company, quote-unquote, headquarters is Luxembourg. All right, guys. Well, after the momentary enthusiasm for VVOS, and this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This looks pretty bleak if it takes out 6. Yeah, there it goes. If you have shorts available for VVOS, I'd be really watching how well it holds underneath 6. All right, guys, now listen, XERX is actually now starting to bounce. I was looking at that as a potential short, though in pre-market there were shorts available in interactive brokers, but there are none now. But, I mean, if it can get back over 3, I'm going to just set a price alert for 3, gets back over 3, it did hit 338 pre-market. And it would have some room. It did have some news. FDA approval for its new drug application. So that was the news for XERS. It's not a low float, 64 million in the float. Cameco uranium play out of Canada, CCJ guys, CCJ on the move here. Okay, let's take a look at NRXP. Yeah, I mean, you know, the volume is picking up. The relative volume is still really very low. I guess this was an IPO back here. But it is picking up. Low float, 17.9 million in the float. This YTA was resumed. Well, it's a low float, 71 times normal right now, 4.5 million in the float. SPY is still strong, kind of basing just a little bit here. Airlines, okay, I'll take a look at American. Interesting. I mean, yeah, it's a nice little move. Let's see what Jets is doing. Let's see what the ETF for the industry is doing, for the sector is doing. Jets, is it looking like American? Yes. So, you know, I mean, if you don't want to take an individual stock within the sector, you might want to take a look at Jets, JETS. That is the sector ETF. Lots of volume. All right, how is that trade of the week doing? INVA, trade of the week. Just a little bit of, there we go, okay. All right, so it really hasn't triggered. I mean, I don't count anything that happens in the pre-market. So it has not triggered. The trigger is 1619, which was, I believe, the high on Friday. 1607. Now right there, I guess, the high on Thursday. STTK, guys. STTK just showing up here. What's this? This looks like a buyout. Didn't see this. This looks like a buyout. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, when you see a pattern that looks like this, where it's basically straight across, usually that signifies it's a buyout. I just don't see any news on it. I don't think so. I'm looking at the first. No, you're right. I guess it did. You're right. There's that candle, 9:30. You're right. I didn't see that. But again, you don't have to take this trade right off the bat. You don't have to take it at all. But I always like to see things settle down a little bit anyway. I would never take a trade the first minute. Remember, these trades of the week are designed for longer term holds, so I never get too excited about that first 1 minute or 2 minute candle if it spikes up. All right, this one's on the move. TGTX is on the move here. Another bio. There are shorts available. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Ton of them, 2.2 million. So this is maybe on the short watch. Interesting action on the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. On the daily chart, you see how that 8 EMA is curling up. If that ever crossed, that turns into a potential, maybe swing trade. But it is a bio. Okay, guys, Pfizer, PFE, back over 50. XERS is approaching that 3 level. XERS. That's going to get me interested. XERS. I mean, the way it held this, I thought maybe, okay, that's it. It's going to really collapse. So again, the news on this, FDA approval for the new drug application, XERS. That is the reason. Volume coming in. It's not a low float, 64 million, not crazy high, certainly not crazy low. Now, when I say 3, it doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade just because it breaks out over 3. But I want to know about it. I want to see how it's trading around that area. Because, the high was 338. But more importantly, 338, right there, you can see exactly on the daily chart where it's stalled in the pre-market. So if you can somehow get through that also, you've got maybe a room to 360. So, this is not the most, for me anyway, the most ideal daily chart because there are these little pockets of resistance that could stall it. But that's right back up after that pullback. I just find Mara a difficult intraday trader. I've said this many times. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is, well, let's take a look at GBTC first of all. And compare it. And there's the daily chart for GBTC, okay? Let's look at Mara's daily chart. No, I guess it's the same. Sorry, I thought it would be a little bit different. So, it is kind of tracking it. But yeah, I just find it very difficult to intraday trade both Riot and Mara. The SPY is still surging here. We've had a ton, we've had several symbols being halted and resumed this morning. And we've got some stocks, some of these little bios. There's DVAX on the move. Vaccine play, of course. DVAX on the move. The high looking left is 1317, so it could stall there. If it can get through that, 1387 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. ALF just got halted. Look at ALF. Wow, look at the volume that just came into ALF. Very choppy. Look how choppy the action was at the beginning. But ALF just got halted. ALF partners with a major programmatic exchange to enable advertisers to purchase digital out-of-home campaigns programmatically. Well, there's your press release. There's your release, okay, for ALF. Market's looking at that going, okay, we like that so far. Low float, 4.3 million in the float. Of course, this was super active last month, got all the way up to $23. Sorry, not last month, 2 months ago. Well, even last month, I got up to almost 18, but chopped in half. I mean, look at this, down to 650. So let's see, out of the halt, I'm seeing 1010. The projected opens, 1006, now 1006. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just looking at time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Again, this is not part of Trade Ideas, but your broker should have something similar. So you can see where the halt is at 992. This is the, it's going to change. The halts are usually about 5 minutes long. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this is what's happening, the bid ask. So if you were fortunate enough to get in before the halt, this is what you're looking at, 1010. So what you don't want to see is something way below 992. But again, this is not set in stone. You see how it's changing? Again, that is from Interactive Brokers. All right, listen, guys, I'm going to start my my little spiel a little bit earlier today. I have to take off at about 10:45. Be back around 11:30, maybe 11:40 at the latest. Okay, so I'm going to start my spiel a little bit earlier today. The room is open. Don't worry, the room is still open. Real will keep an eye on things for me. So, first of all, if you're new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And we have a great promotion on right now. I'm going to pop that into the room. Just give me a moment. I have to pop that into the YouTube room at the same time. Thump. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, a lot of information on my homepage, okay? So I always say this, save my link. There is a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, so in the main trading room, This tab is available all the time. Of course, Barry's home page right there. And when you click on it, this is the link to get to my home page. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So here is the promo code you can use, Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly and a premium and for premium and standard. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 25%. You don't have to take, and the big difference, which I'm just looking at right now, not very much action from the AI, that's the big difference between premium and standard, is the AI that we nickname Holly. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to have an annual plan, of course. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. Okay, first month only. I see Alf just opened, so a nice open if you happen to get it before it halted. Now, if you do take out, and listen, before, I would never take out an annual plan unless you're very sure that you want our program. Okay, you can always start off with a monthly plan. You can start off with a monthly on the standard, that's $118, again, less than 25%. If within 30 days you say, you know what, I love this program, I want to upgrade to an annual subscription, we'll honor the 25%. As long as you do it within 30 days, okay? So please do not take out an annual subscription unless you're very sure you want the program. And just try us out. More information on my homepage. So these 3 sections are free. The trade of the week, stock of the day video that I do, and all the education. These 3 sections are all free. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. And then all the education. So the 20 introductory lessons, they talk about what is a top list, building one, alert window, creating them, all the way down to back testing, price alerts, and the AI, down to Brokerage Plus. So there's a lot of information here. Covers all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Daily support session. So I always take a break around noon Eastern time. So one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today it'll be Sean, but I'm actually taking off at, I say 10:45. So Chris will be in there in the YouTube room until from 10:45 till noon, and then Sean will take over from 12 to 1. And I'll pop the link in before I do leave. Daily webinar. I think we're back to a normal schedule now that the 2-week test drive is over. So we're back to a normal schedule, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Educational videos. So again, if you're new, you can always take a look at this. This is starting Trade Ideas from scratch. And we have more videos here. If you are, never mind new to Trade Ideas, if you're new to trading, completely and utterly new to trading, or very, very new, great little 36-part short video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created. Starts off with what is a stock. So I really encourage you to take a look at this if you're new to trading. And some trading ebooks for you. So again, a lot of information on my homepage, including, again, my scans. Now, obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but here's a sample layout for you. Looks quite a bit like the layout that you see. Not quite, but very close. Plus individual scans that I have created that you can take a look at. These 4, for instance, the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These 4 I use in the pre-market. So a lot of individual scans that I've created that you could take a look at. Give me a moment while I size the... So that's what I'm saying. If you save my link, there's a lot of information in the education section and also my scan section. So save the link. You can take a look at that whenever you want. No, Frank, sorry. That's part of the premium service. Back testing is part of the premium service. Sorry. Well, guys, VVOS just took a huge pop here. Talk about wild. Just basically tacked on $1 really quickly. Got all the way down to 576, and now, I'll bet it's halted. Yes, it just got halted. It just got halted. And if you're new, you're wondering why stocks get halted. One of the scans I'm sharing is the halts resumes, and you can see right there it says volatility halt. So when a stock, this simple explanation, stock goes up too quickly in a short period of time. I mean, basically it's a volatility halt, so it's like a breather. They usually get halted for 5 minutes and then they reopen. All right, now let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. If you're brand new, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. market. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If I right-click, configure, and click on the summary, this is what it's looking for. Okay, this is what the scan is looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20, high current volume. I want them to be trading really abnormal volume. This means it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this point of the day. And minimum volume of 400,000 shares, etc. The concept is this: you always start off with filters. If you just were looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, you'd be inundated, obviously, with alerts. So that's why you always start off with filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets these filter criteria and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Now the great thing about Trade Ideas, in my opinion, you do not have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window, configure, and then search, these are all the alerts that we have. We have a ton of alerts, and these are all the filters that we have. So we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine those alerts and filters to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? Now, at the beginning, if you're a new subscriber, you don't have to even know how to build scans. I'm sharing, number one, I'm sharing, there's a layout that I'm sharing. I'm sharing individual scans. You don't have to know, anything how to build them. You can just take a look at them. If you like what you see, you can use them. You can always modify them. For instance, when I looked at the basic new highs and lows, so if you loaded that one, once you get used to using Trade Ideas, it's very simple. You just right-click, configure, and then summary. Then you can see, again, you can see the filters I'm using. But you might say, well, I don't want that price range. I want a different price range, maybe 10 and 60. It's really simple. You just type that in. 10 and 60. I'm going to click on the summary. You see how it's changed. So you can take any of my scans and you can modify them to your style of trading. Maybe you want a different, volume. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cancel out of that. The other thing is we have a channel bar. If you click on New from our toolbar, and I'm going to click on Docked Channel Bar, all of these channels are themed channels. Why I'm going over this is because a lot of people, when they start off with Trade Ideas, they don't know how to use it. They don't know how to create alerts. They don't know how to create top lists. They don't know how to do anything. And so no problem. We've created a lot of things for you. Once you get used to using Trade Ideas, sure, you can create your own scans. But I'll bet there are a lot of people that don't ever create their own scans. They just use our channels. They take a look at what we've got. I'm looking at a momentum channel as an example. So here's a momentum channel or a momentum scan. Now right-click, configure, take a look at what it's looking for. If you like what you see, you could then take this window and save it, and you can go through the different channels and start extracting windows that you might like, and then you can actually bring them back and create a layout based on all the scans that we've created for you. So if I wanted to do that, I would right-click, and duplicate into a free-floating window. Sorry, and it appeared on another. There's VVOS, guys, going crazy. Okay, and so now you can save it to the cloud. Right-click, save or share to cloud. Save. I'm not going to do it. I've saved it many times. But the concept is this, is that you can go through the different channels and start extracting windows, scans that you might like. And once you've done that, you just file, load from cloud. If I had saved that, I would have seen it immediately. And you see here I've saved it many times. Momo, load, and there it is. So again, if you did that, if you saved a bunch of scans, you would just keep loading them from the cloud, and you can kind of build your own layout, not even knowing how these were created in the first place. So again, we try to make it very easy for you. Meanwhile, so VVOS, it resumed, it popped up. What did it get halted at? Got halted at 677, so it popped up to 710 or so. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. The AI is a part of our premium service. If you click on New, if you want to follow the AI, this is what I would recommend you do. You click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, and this is the window that you see. Never mind these two up here, but this is the window that you see. Excuse me. And you basically wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. Okay, you see there's the first alert, 9:49. You have an entry price, you have a stop price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. I never do. You know, if I'm going to trade anything from the AI, I always click on the alert, try to see, you know, where's the next resistance area. If it's far enough away, it becomes a candidate. How you use the AI will be up to you, though. Okay, there's no video that says, well, this is the way to use the AI. All I would recommend, though, is that you have this window loaded and wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? Oh, it did appear. Shoot, it did appear as I was talking. VVOS appeared 666, just before the halt, I guess. Yeah, it got just before the halt, 666. Then it got halted at 677. So I mean, this is still, you know, I'd be watching this all day. Remember, it's a watch list, guys. Typically, you know, everything is really a watch list too. You get an alert, you know, it may pop up and may come right back down, and then it may resume. So. Okay, I want to talk about this window you see right up here. We call it Brokerage Plus. Give me a moment, please. Somebody's trying to... One of our traders is trying to get a hold of me. Give me a moment here. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this video in, or it's a link to two videos, I should say. Call it Brokerage Plus. I did get VVOS on the option scanner, yeah, at 10:10. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus link that I put in, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? So there are 2 videos in that link, 2 videos in this link. The shorter video shows you how you can connect if you have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature that we have, all right? If you want to use it, great. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use it, but it's a feature that we have. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner first and foremost. You can use Trade Ideas with any. We link with many brokerage platforms. So linking just means this: if I click on an alert, it loads into my brokerage platform, into the order entry. And from there, I trade it. From within that platform, I trade it. It's just a time saver. You're clicking on a lot of alerts like I am. It would be a pain if I had to type the symbols in all day long. So that's what, look at all LICI got, LICY. Nice little move here. I don't think I've seen this one before. I did see it on Friday. And so the second video, though, in that Brokerage Plus link, goes into a lot more detail on how you can use this window, not only for trading your IB or E-Trade account, but as a paper trader, simulator, okay? If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, look at the market, by the way. Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading, okay? Our simulator is really easy to use. You just click on an alert. You see how the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. Okay? And then you click buy. It's as simple as that. So I really, really strongly encourage you to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Now you can do things like this. Let's just say I wanted to take this SLQT trade, okay, but I don't want to take it right now. Now look at SIEB, guys. That just showed up in the option scanner also. But okay, here's a good example. Let's say I wanted to take this one, but I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it if it pulls back to, say, 445, okay? So I pick how many shares I want to do at that price. I type 445 into both these boxes. I click the buy button, and see how the blue line shows up on the chart. So if SIEB goes down to 445, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can practice. If your style is more pullbacks, that's how you can practice. Just give me a moment, please. Now, I'm going to quickly go over money management and all of that, okay, and share sizing and the whole concept of placing stops. If you're new to trading, guess what? Every trade is not going to work. So, the way I trade, and a lot of people in the trading room trade, is that when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if the trade doesn't work for you. Let's say I wanted to take this trade. Okay, AFMD. I'm just going to show you how you do this, okay, the mechanics of it. So I'm going to take 500 shares of it. I'm going to buy it at the market. The spread is a penny, so that's no problem. So you see it took the trade at 605. I'm going to put a stop at 585. I'm going to show you why I'm picking 585. In this case, I'm just trying to make the math super easy. You see right on the chart now, there's a red line that shows up. So if it goes down to 585, it'll take me out for approximately a $100 loss, okay? So two concepts here. You have to know where you're going to get out of the trade if it works against you. And that, if you're sitting here thinking, well, how am I going to know that? That's where practice comes in. So if I were really in this trade, I'd probably put a 594 or so. I'm looking at the 2-minute chart. I see some support here. If it broke down through that support, that's where I'd be out of the trade. All right. Now I picked this 585, and I'll explain why, just to make the math easy. So again, that's how I do it. I look at a chart. I try to size up where I think there's a support area. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So that's number one. Number two, that will share size me. Because the other aspect is, okay, if I am taken out of the trade for a loss, how much am I willing to actually risk on the trade, dollar-wise? So how much you're going to risk on a trade really will be dependent on your account size. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So in this case, I always risk $100 in the simulator just to make the math really, really easy. So you can see, so why did I take 500 shares? Well, the entry was 605. I have my stop at 585. That's 20 cents away. All right. 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 I was willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. So again, you don't go into trading, in my opinion anyway, saying, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion, your trade size will vary based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And again, you would take that. If my difference was 19 cents or 15 cents, I'd be dividing 15 cents into $100. If you're willing to risk $50 a trade, then you're dividing 15 cents into $50. It takes a little bit to get used to it, but that's why you practice. And notice SIEB, it pulled back to that level, and it took the trade. Now I'm just going to watch it, see if it does anything from that level. Again, this is all in the simulator. So, reality check. If you cannot make money in any simulator, if you cannot make money paper trading, forget about trying to make money when you when you try to trade your live account. Okay. You just, when you start trading live, a lot of emotions come into play. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade your live account. The other aspect, though, is even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't guarantee you're going to make money with your live account. Again, a lot of emotions come into play, especially, and we always talk about it, obeying your stop. So here's my stop. Now, the problem can be sometimes, many times, especially when you're first starting out, is you will disobey your stop. You'll get so excited about taking your first few trades, and you start second guessing if the trade starts working against you. You start thinking to yourself, well, maybe I didn't really get where I should have put that stop, so I should move it down because I'm reading so many great things about this company, and I can't possibly lose. So you start moving your stop down. See where I'm going with this? Instead of that nice manageable $100 loss, it turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. So again, in my opinion, very important to obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade later on. Think of it like this. Maybe you were just a little early. The setup looked good. Maybe it'll come back. The same kind of setup. You can always get back in later on. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. Somebody asked about any in our YouTube room, any, and why, any thoughts? Let's take a look at it, see what it's doing. Well, okay. One moment, please. Just give me a moment, please. Alright guys, I'm back. So real, I'll be out of here at 10:40, okay? I should be back, I would say, by 11:30. Okay, let's take a look at what is happening. No, so anyway, okay, so I mean, I know it's up 6%. I don't know, do I have any news? I can't remember what they do. I can't remember if this is a crypto play now. I really can't remember. My thoughts, I mean, it's not trading abnormally. That's not, it's 0.96, so it's not trading abnormally. I don't see any news on it, so I don't see the reason why it's moving at all. But it's got some resistance, 436. What did it get to today? Got to 445 and it pulled back. So it's got that little area there, 476. I guess if it can get through, that 436, it's got a shot again to get up to that 480 level. Other than that, I don't know. I can't remember if it's a crypto play. I mean, Sphere 3D, I know that's what it says. So in theory, it should be a 3D play, but these companies, especially these small ones, they go through so many changes. So what's happening to Bitcoin now? Is it crashing again? Under 50,000? I find, trying to trade Mara and Riot intraday, really tough, in my opinion. Really, really tough. Look at this now, it's starting to fall. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in here, okay? I'm just getting set to take off. Oops. Okay, guys. So yeah, so for you guys in YouTube, people in YouTube, Chris will be in there very soon. Okay, just waiting for him to start streaming, and he'll be there till noon, and then Sean will take over between 12 and 1. And again, in the main trading room, I'll be out of here very soon. I should be back about 11:30. And thanks so much to Real. Thank you just for keeping an eye on things, and you know what I mean. You know, this LICY is really interesting. Holding over 10. There's not a ton of volume, but it's holding over 9 nicely. And when you look left, the next high is 968. So I mean, the longer it holds over this 10 level, I guess this is an IPO back here, or was this? Might have been one of those SPACs, and it took over, and this is what it became. Let's see if that happened. Yeah, completes the business combination. Okay, so yeah, so this was a SPAC. Started trading here, like a lot of them, just not doing that well. But again, the longer it holds over that whole number, at a good day on Friday, and I'm talking about LICY. Yeah, that I saw that one this morning too, Martin. Yeah, with the Virgin Orbit. ZENV. Woo, nice one. Yeah, very nice one. ZENV. Okay, thank you so much, Chris. I'll stop streaming right now.
Okay, everybody. Barry is taking off for a little bit here on the YouTube side of things. I'm taking over. Chris Varley. Some of you have been around, seen me a little bit here last couple of weeks. Mostly I live in the homepage support chat and emails. So, more of a Q&A kind of setup here. I'm not an active trader in the sense like Barry is. Fire away questions, we talk about charts, whatever you guys want. Free forum here. And just letting Barry know that I got the stream and we're looking good here. Any thoughts? I have lots of thoughts. Let's see. What are my thoughts on any, though? I feel like that was like one of those high flyers from a few years ago, like 2018 or something like that, right? My memory serves me well. Let's pull up a chart. Yeah, one of those ones. Solid day trader. What is that? 2018. I bet somewhere back here is going to be something big, right? Look at that. My memory serves me well. Yeah, I remember I actually traded it in the fall of that year. Pretty sure I lost money. An example of things I just don't particularly care to trade. So my thoughts on any. Let's see, we got relative volume is kind of low. No, relative low, but 3.5 million shares traded and just under one. Got a gap here. Looks like it's trying to fill that gap on the daily. Let's bring over a drawing tool for fun. So, looks like a typical, looks like it's doing what it does. You know, it likes to give it up. So, my guess is it's going to give it up. You can see it's already curling down on a 5-minute chart here. This 8 EMA and 20 SMA. I'm about to break the 8 EMA here. Looks like the stream dropped. Reload the page and see what happens. So it looks like some of you are still with me for some reason. The stream that I'm watching dropped. Not sure if any of you got dropped. So anyways, my thoughts on any is more likely than not it's going to fill that gap from today. If I was a betting man, um, and if you kind of go back in history here, it's got a pretty big history of, these topping tails here on the daily, all through here. So, uh, you know, I'd say if it holds this here, you got a better shot moving up that way. That's my 2 cents on any. Let's see. Got Toronto the Great. On some windows, we're able to see 4-digit half decimals on stocks. How do we get them to appear in all windows? Is there a setting I should? No setting you should address. It just if it's there, it's there. A lot of that depends on our data providers. Also, I would say that if you're on the last production version of Trade Ideas, which was I think 4.2.182 or something like that. 0.182 I know is the ending of the last production version. There was some issues with certain people and their decimal points. That was addressed several betas later, so I'd say be on our latest beta. In general, I think there's no reason to not be on our latest beta. Anything that's anything we ever come across in the betas that might be a little wonky is usually something new that we've added. Rarely it's a go back and have to fix it situation of something that was already working. So we've been doing a lot of chart work, so there's been a little bit of things with the chart work, the columns from doing the container windows, and obviously E-Trade. We're really putting E-Trade to the test this week. A very, very good chance it comes out of beta next week, E-Trade actually. So, however, if the dev team heard me say that, they would deny every single bit of it and tell me not to say that. So, with that said, time will tell. Yeah, we fixed the column. We set it up so that it has like an auto on it now. So if you go to um, the home page and go to help or go to the download, just download the latest beta, and we set up a new function here. So if you go to tools, options, I think it's going to be in layouts. Let me see. Yes, here you go. Auto size columns. You should have that, and that should take care of that situation for you there. Just be on the latest beta. We put out probably since the container windows come out. I think we put out 2 or 3 public betas since then. So I'm gonna be on a different build than you guys. Some of us are always a few steps ahead, testing the next stuff coming through. So yeah, it looks like the stream dropped. We went from about 80 of you to 26 of you. It's always crappy. I'm not sure why that does that. Sorry. Let's see here. I'm going to show off some of what I've got going on. I bought some EXPR last week. Got a sell order up here. If it gets a little wonky, I'm going to get rid of the rest of it before I drop any more money on the day on that. More I like to swing trade, but I'm watching this here. If this can hold the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, I'll continue to keep this sell order in place and not flatten the trade. Give you some insight into what I'm doing. What else do we got going on? Holly looks like she's having not such a bad day today. She's been a really mixed bag over the last few months, unfortunately. Summertime never being easy. Yeah, you're welcome, Toronto. Like I said, just head to the download page. I know some people get a little caught up on the download page with there being two different downloads. The first download that you come across is always going to be the production version, which that production version is very old now. Like I said, we're hoping to have E-Trade out of beta very, very soon so that we can put up a new production version for everybody and start moving on to the next set of betas that we're doing. So you're going to want to look at the second version there for that. I think it's, let's see, 5.2.24 maybe. Yes, 5.5.24. That's the latest latest beta version for you guys there. So you guys continue to fire away there with some questions, comments, concerns. Keeping a tight eye here on EXPR. There's some dead air. There's just things that I'm usually following that's going on internal for some different support chats that I've been working on or other team members have been working on. Let's see, back to take a look at Holly again here. So ALXO. Where did I get EXPR from? I think I got it from my evening scan, and I had it on from last Thursday, and I bought it on Friday, and I got a crappy price on it because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. I was a little distracted. Probably got it about 5 or 6 cents higher than I wanted. Is what it is. But let's bring the chart back up here. I want to get rid of this stuff because it's distracting to me. Properties, show executions, is off. And what I'm doing right now is I'm getting rid of some of the stuff that's happened on my charts with my personal trading, just to make it a little cleaner and nicer to look at here. Zoom in. Yeah, so I got it Thursday night when I scanned, or early Friday morning, maybe it was. It came in through there. I looked at it. I had set a price alert. I actually wanted it at 6:55. I was late. I pulled the trigger kind of against my better judgment, anyways, and well, here I am. Just up a modest couple of pennies and some lunch money. And that's a scan that I've shared numerous amounts of times. If anybody doesn't have it in here, there's nothing special about the scan, and I'm going to be honest, it's been kind of not so wonderful as of late. I've had to do some more, digging through some other archives of scans and whatnot to try to generate any ideas. But I've just been not trading lately because it's not been my market to trade in. I've kind of tried to move over and look at some bigger cap stuff. I normally look at smaller cap stuff, but if you look at the IWM, it's been trash. So, don't fight it. That's all there is to it. Morning, Chris. Thoughts on GOVX? At an intraday long reversal off the bottom. Looks like it's setting up to me, but could be wrong. So I am not the greatest at pullbacks, but let's take a look together. What I'm great at is hindsight trading. I'm really professional at hindsight trading. So had some gap ups. What are we in? Research development, physical engineering. Interesting. Got a daily chart. Let's pull it out. That goes back to last year. Probably not a ton of bag holders from that level, but people that are going to be scared at that level. I mean, it looks like the trend is lower to me at this point, and you're going to have a lot of people that bought up here that are going to start to distribute price to anybody buying here. Um, you can see once it got under that 8 EMA there on the 15, you've had pressure guided all the way through. Going back further on the 5 minute chart, same thing, pressure all the way through. And every time, on both these charts now, every time it makes a play for that 8 EMA, it just gets smacked down. I mean, time and time and time and time and time again. I mean, it makes one play up over it here and then fails to hold it on the close and just right back under that pressure on that 5 minute chart. So, um, I mean, I don't see anything setting up quite personally there. That doesn't mean that it's not. Just my 2 cents. I wouldn't be trading it, especially knowing how many bag holders are sitting right there with those foxhole prayers. Please God, let that price come up anywhere near here so I can start feeding my shares back to these people buying here. Simple supply and demand. I like to keep things as simple as possible. I think that's a real simple way to look at it. Yes, hindsight trading. Listen, if I had a nickel for every time, um, I wouldn't be talking to you guys. My favorite market setup to trade. It's funny. For some reason, when the big caps are moving sideways or slightly pulling back and the small caps are moving up, that's my favorite setup basically, or it's my favorite market to take, stabs for 1, 2, 3 day holds essentially. I kind of grew to like this past earnings season. I hadn't done much day trading in about a year. And this option scanner from Barry during earnings season was just absolute fire. It was a little tough for me because I hadn't traded like that in a long time, and I've never been great at it, to be honest. But I actually probably had one of my better earnings seasons ever because of that. Just some mild, modest trades, nothing crazy, not setting the world on fire, not pulling any major Barry moves that he's, the wizard at. But I was happy with this earnings season. So it was I usually actually struggle in earnings season, and it was a nicer earnings season. So for my swing trading, I like to see the big caps kind of flounder. I want to see Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, and all those guys kind of move sideways or start to pull down, so that interest starts to generate more into the small caps. That's just kind of my bag of tricks, and that's kind of how I look at it. So, can I elaborate on hindsight trading? Yeah, sure, David. Hindsight trading is when you're looking back in time and saying, "Oh, I shoulda, coulda, would have." All these different things or all these different setups. So I'll give you a hindsight trading right now that's kind of making me sad at the moment. I had traded LHDX a short while ago here. I was in and out of it a few times because the market's just been very scalpy for my type of setup and everything. So I had some on this daily red bar ignore, and I got this nice move. And when it made this pullback here, I got rid of the remainder of it a couple of weeks ago. And then I really liked this pullback and the way we caught the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA here. And all last week, I'm like, do I pull the trigger? Do I pull the trigger? And $10 was a really, really tricky area for that stock. And $10 is a very tricky area for any stock. It's a real big mental block for traders. I'm looking at that right there, and on Friday I'm like, at the close, do I pull it? Do I pull it? And I didn't pull it, and of course it was gapping up this morning in the pre-market, very little volume, so I didn't want to do it, and it would have been nice to have had it, somewhere in that 990 range here, and kind of sitting and taking some off the top there, and that's hindsight trading. I didn't take it. It's something I've been watching. I got a little gun shy because of some poor trading that I had over the last few weeks with swing trading, and that's hindsight trading in a nutshell. List off intraday stocks, see what happens. Repeat offenders. Yeah, listen, I'm a big proponent in lists. You can see my like symbol list here. I really narrowed that list down again. Really short. There's some stuff I keep on there just because I have some longer term interest in it, and I've been watching them for years. Something like Luna, I was trading way back. I mean, really zoom this guy out. I was trading Luna way back in this area here, and even further back, to be honest. And I had some good trades and some bad trades in it along the way, but it's just one of those stocks that's over time, over the last few years, just overall seems to be moving up, and it makes a good move up and kind of starts to hold it, and we'll see if it can do the same thing there again. So as I continue to refine my trading, enlarge my account size, things like that, I start to look at some things that are more of for a lack of a better way to put it, speculative long-term holds, small share sizes, kind of buy it, put it away. Some really wide stops. Don't pay attention to that for a while. Set some deep price alerts in there. In case I have that major pullback and decide, well, it wasn't going to do what I thought it was going to do over the last few months. That type of stuff. Those trades that really you kind of set them and forget about them for a long time and hope you get that big boom move type of thing. Based on some of the historical price action of a stock. So. I'm a big proponent in lists. Really big. Narrow that data down. You could have 37 of the greatest alert windows ever and suck at trading because it's just too much data. And you could have one or two pretty decent alert windows or narrow lists and kill the market week after week. So, again, my 2 cents, if you will. Make of that what you will. Right, that's a good point. Bag holders. Yep, yeah, exactly. You always want to look at, supply and demand. Who's got the supply? Who's got the demand? Who's going to have the bigger hand in all of that? And especially when you get a lot of people just chasing something up in price action. You get a lot of people and you see it was a big, volume candle that day, which means odds are there's probably a lot of bag holders in that. Will you be able to use the AI on E-Trade and IBK at the same time? No, unless you have 2 trade ideas accounts, because you can only point the AI long at one account and point the AI short at one account. So technically you could trade the AI long in one account and the short in another account, but that would be the best that you could do. EXPR just teasing me at this point, just kind of holding flopping on me. So yeah, that's how that works. If you have not seen, I did a video some time ago, 2-3 weeks ago maybe. For those of you that, if you listened to me before, I'm not crazy about the AI and automation. But if you're hell-bent on trading the AI on automation, watch that video. It'll give you some realistic stuff to look at. We got ALT here, risky pharmaceutical bio, but it's in this gap. Took a position in it this morning, kind of early. Beautiful 15-minute chart so far. I sold a little bit somewhere around there. Lock in something. I'm going to just let the position work for now. Love that gap. Love this pattern right here. That is my bread and butter pattern on a daily chart, but they have not been working for me on small caps at all lately, and so I have not traded it as much. Alright, looks like I think we're all caught up in questions. If someone has some more questions, fire them away. DVAX, that was something I liked this morning. I chose ALT instead of DVAX. ALT has a little cleaner 15-minute looking chart now, but DVAX, stronger move. Now you got some consolidation. Caught the 5 EMA here if we're looking at, more day trading type of stuff. It's pushed up off of that. What I'd like to see now is maybe some separation come back into that 20 and 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Still got nice separation there on the 15-minute chart. So, these are things that I look at when I'm considering taking the position intraday and how I'll manage it intraday versus, the following days. And again, let's see. Holly in the short here. Oof, she top ticked that one. It'd be tough to beat. Look at that. Boom. A lot of interest in this thing here. I've seen it come through. I think Barry had it on his watch list last week or something. I think I saw it come through. It's tough. Possibly some strength on the daily here if it's breaking or making a support line right there. We'll see. That wick is kind of tough to bet against also though. So let's see if that 15-minute can hold it there and keep a daily interest in it, or an intraday interest in it, I should say. Go ahead, fire away, guys. There must be some questions out there. Something I'm looking at here, large cap, larger cap JNPR. It's right near all-time highs. If I hadn't gotten into the trades that I got in this morning, I probably would have taken this. I may take a shot at it later in the day. I don't want to kind of hold it. We're looking at all-time highs on that at 32 and change. Yeah, 32 and change right there. Um, that trend looks really strong. You now have these fanning out moving averages. You got the faster moving 8 EMA fanning out from the 20, fanning out from the 50. All kind of bullish stuff. This is a pretty significant line. Seeing we can start to bounce back and use that as support instead of resistance. We can see we're kind of coming up and down it. And again, we start to look at some more strength here on intraday charts. As the saying goes, boring trading is the most profitable trading, I do believe. And some boring trading for me, once again, you've heard me in here. I've traded BCRX a ton since last. I guess it was fall technically still. I was trading it in late November, early December, around this gap up time. I guess that's early December. And I've been in and out of it a ton all through this. Some winning trades, some losing trades. This is a really big deal, this line that we see that I've got drawn there. I kind of wanted to grab it here this morning, but like I said, I went a different direction with some of the trades that I made. You can see the sellers tried to get it and couldn't, and the buyers have taken it up. Fairly liquid stock, 800,000 shares traded already, and relative volume is 0.9, but relative volume, like a lot of things, is, well, relative. I don't think 800,000 shares by 11 o'clock is anything to sneeze at as far as liquidity goes. Again, it's a bio, so always careful. But if we get and reclaim this line here again, I'd probably take another shot at it. It's been pretty blah since this level here. We had this one set of days there, but it's kind of remained under pressure from the moving averages. However, that line's a big deal. That's what I'm looking at. That's where my trading plan says to look at. And that's my 2 cents there. Throw some idea generation out for you folks, since you're silent on the horn here with the questions. And I watch ATL. Do we start to move sideways? Do we start to pull back? Like I said, my swing trading stuff has not worked as well, so when I'm making some entries, I don't like the pullback, I'm exiting. Hopefully maybe we get a consolidation period here. It's kind of consolidating on a 5, kind of consolidating on a 15 now. Probably use this EMA as kind of a guide as what I do to manage some of this position still. I touched on not caring for the AI and automation. I know it probably will hurt, there are people here that'll say, oh, AI and automation is great, and just got to be patient, and take it over a 6 month or 8 month span of time. My biggest beef with the AI and automation is it was created by other people, so it's not part of anything that I do trading wise specifically. Um, I'm a big proponent in having a trading plan and sticking to that plan, adjusting it accordingly. You can always add to the plan or have multiple plans on multiple time frames. I think those are all healthy, wonderful things to do trading wise, but your plan should be for you. Holly makes some great intraday alerts, and if you're an intraday trader like that, I think she's outstanding in that sense for a trader to watch and manage. Her ability to enter in an automation might be, helpful in that sense on some of the faster moving things. I think it's better to manage the trade yourself afterwards, kind of man and machine, 2 cents in there. I think you find that if you're decent at reading charts, momentum, pullbacks, things like that, and you're letting her make the entries and you're managing from there, I think you'd find yourself a lot better off than letting her manage it all the way through. Once again, having to do with your plan, what you've got going on. JD. I'm guessing we want to look at JD as in the ticker symbol. So let's take a look at JD. Sorry. This new autofill with the charts isn't always where we like it to be right now. Uh, right away on this daily chart, not a fan. Not a fan of that gap up and fade. Oops, zooming the wrong way. Uh, I don't like basically anything about this chart. Um, I mean, just a cascading falling knife, if you will. Every single buy is met with a sell. The opposite of cup and handles, these humps, just non-stop. We can even go really technical head and shoulders right there. Goodbye. I mean, that's, pretty textbook head and shoulders right there. I will say that head and shoulders is probably the least accurate pattern of all time. Um, but whatever. So if you play the pattern well, play the pattern. Don't play it based on what other people tell you or data that doesn't concern you. But there's nothing bullish about that chart whatsoever. We got earnings today, I guess. So obviously the market's not overall thrilled about the earnings. You got this big move like that, and then it just kind of fades it. And once again, these wicks being met with more sellers than buyers. That's my 2 cents there. There's nothing about it for me to be interested. I like stocks that are breaking out of resistance or making new all-time highs, things like that. Looks like I'm gonna have to possibly shed some more shares here in a moment. Buy stocks going up. I know it's contrary to what people think. You go shopping, you buy everything on sale. Yes, there's stocks you can buy on sale, especially when you have longer term outlooks and things like that, or you think it's a sector or something that's still moving up and innovating. But buying stocks on sale and buying stocks that are falling are two different things. Generally, buy stocks that are going up. So yeah, JD ticker. Yep, covered that. All right, Trey looks good there. EXPR continues to blah. And the thing that stinks about these positions that I'm now in that are like, they were up and they're pulling back on me is if you look at the SPY. SPY is strong as can be. I had a bet that we would make new all-time highs Thursday or Friday. I was wrong. We make it today. Another new all-time high. I think we're going to see 455 on the SPY before we see any major pullback again. And when I say major pullback, I mean at this point a 3% pullback is major. It is what it is. Personally, I would love a 10 or 15% pullback. I would love one. We may get one as the winds change coming up soon in September as the big boys come back to town, start to throw their weight around, coming back from, wherever they come back from. I know everybody likes to tease the Hamptons here in New York. That's where I am. But all the same, I think they'll let their presence be known when they come back in, and we'll see what happens from there. I mean, kind of ridiculous volume level on the SPY. And, the SPY volume has really dried up over the last few years anyways, but, we're 10 minutes past 11 Eastern here, and we're at 18.5 million traded on the SPY. Not exactly setting any records volume wise, but all the same, all-time highs are all-time highs. So continue to look at things here. What are we looking at? Let's look at what my list has done so far. So BCRX continues to hold earlier gains. ERJ, another one for hindsight trading. I thought about it last Thursday on the close. Look at it on a 15-minute chart. It was actually part of the TI strength alerts, but this is something also I've been trading since early in the year this year. Brazilian airlines in general have been good traders for me. AZUL. I think GOL is actually Mexican if I'm not mistaken, but Latin American airlines. We made ourselves kind of a range here. I like the way things were shaping up Thursday. Made that gap down on Friday, and I was like, maybe I won't. And then, well, again, hindsight trading. I guess I should have. But I have a little less conviction with some of the wobbliness of the stocks that I had been trading. So that's how it works. So double whammy that I'm looking at, possibly touching that 8 EMA, now the 20 SMA on these two different time frames, ALT. I might just close that out. Generally the rule is close it out and it'll move up on you again. So, anybody that's in it, when I close it, you're welcome. $47 of you in here. There must be some burning question, another chart you want to look at, something you want to discuss. You're mad about something. You're happy about something. Go, another one that I've been trading on and off. The volume isn't exactly there right now for me to have a whole lot of interest in it. I do like that it caught up on this 8 EMA and has kind of held it through these days. I'd love to see it take a shot towards there. You're all awfully very silent. Are you guys just silent with Barry on the YouTube side all day? Whoop, there goes ATL. Making big moves on me. Making big moves against me. So it just shows you, it's one of those markets. The cookies are on the table. Take them. It's been harder holding out for some of those bigger moves. Electric vehicle stocks. The electric vehicle stocks they couldn't look worse. I don't. Tesla's in a world of its own because it's such a cult thing. I don't even bother discussing Tesla. But look at Ride or Solo or any of those other EV stocks, and you're not going to find anything exactly wonderful in any of those charts. They look like death slightly warmed over at best. It kind of is what it is. Now look at the lithium stocks. Little different story. LTHM, LAC. Look at LIT overall as a sector. It was up decent this morning. It's given a lot back, I do believe. Yeah. Look at an LIT chart here. You know, it's a big deal in this whole play, and I'm not a trend line person. However, it's a pretty good trend line going on right there overall. What I like to look at is I call them the steps. This black line that looks like steps is a position low 20-day. So you just look at that, and that's just steps up and 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 up. Nice gap up, and it's kind of just held this here on a gap up. It's not a huge trader, almost 400,000 shares traded, but all the same, marks your lithium players, which is another way to play the EVs. If the vehicles themselves aren't doing well, because the bottom line is your Fords and your Chevys of the world, they're not going anywhere. You could knock their stocks or whatever you want to say about them or anything like that, but if you think that they're just going to fall off the face of the earth and they're not going to compete EV wise, you're sorely mistaken. So they matter. They matter a lot, and they'll be part of the catalyst that might prop things like this up. And another way to play EVs in general, a quote unquote traditionally untraditional way to play EVs, for a lack of way of putting it. That's my thought there on the EV world. I'm not a car person. I drive them. I've been driving them for a long time. No real crazy knowledge of working mechanics, just overall stuff, over the years, or friends of mine that have been more, into cars and things like that, things that they've shared or shown me. But from my understanding, without getting into debate about it, that electric vehicle engines overall are much, much, much better than any kind of combustion engine. Less moving parts, less things to break, so on and so forth, stronger overall. So, whether you believe in EVs or you think gas and oil is going or not going, the long-term trend I think will become EVs in the sense that it's a better made machine with the less moving parts to break over time. The technology, look at the technology of anything EV wise 5 years ago compared to now, not even close. How much better they are, and I think the trend continues that way. It's a very long-term bet to make. Um, you know, Big money's in that long-term holding, and partially being speculative, I guess. You know, who would have thought Netflix was going to eat Blockbuster's lunch for you know all eternity and kill Blockbuster essentially? So there's that. As far as EVs go, the ones that are main EVs, like I said, their charts, they couldn't look worse if they tried. Um, let's just throw it out there. Solo, take a look. That chart looks. I mean, good lord, that looks terrible. That I just, it would be hard to find a worse looking chart than that. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna find it right now with this chart. You know, if you ask me, Ride looks like it has support around $0 right now. That's it should make a solid bounce at zero. So but I don't compare it to. Did I do that right? Yeah. I don't compare it to something like this because, it's a completely different animal, this thing. First off, you have all the big players in it, and Kathy Wood and News after this and CNBC that and Bloomberg that. They don't talk about the other EV makers that are so small, NIO or anything like that in general, unless they have some, insane move or something like that. So, it is what it is. Tesla is what it is. It's a great trader. If you can trade that kind of stuff, all the power to you. Really great trader. Let's see. Someone talked about CIO. Let's have a look at CIO after I kill my EXPR trade right now. Are we killing it? Uh, we're going to hold it for right now. CIO. Oh, look at that. Yeah, well, REITs. Yeah, I'm a big believer in the REITs space long term. We'll see what happens. A lot of trickiness with government and rents and all those things like that. But great pattern right there. Great pattern right there. Fractal time frames. See how it catches here on that 15. You can see it caught here on the 5-minute chart. And now we start to move sideways again there. Starting to form that there. Pretty solid. A lot of volume. Spread looks good on it as far as things go. Again, you're near a whole number, so it looks like 16 was tough to break through and get. I don't see why it won't be again. So make your conviction. If you got a plan, trade it on that. But held that gap, look strong holding that gap. Breaking 16 again right now. The ask is over 16. Watching the time and sales, bids coming right up to it at 15.98. So, kind of looks solid there, to be honest with you. On a daily chart, yeah, we could look at you can find any pattern anywhere if you really look for it, but kind of got this swath here and there. So you can call it a cup and handle. Started to break here, but if it held this here, which it did, because you've got this big gap up now, looks like anybody that bet on it and that did well off that small cup and very shallow cup and handle, I would say. A little bit of a stretch. You might call this a little bit better through there. Where did I find CIO? I didn't. Someone here asked about it. Who asked? Let's scroll back here. Someone said CIO. MB mentioned CIO there, Iris. I didn't find it at all. You guys found it. I guess I don't know. I hear them all day long. The cicada. I get the windows and doors open. We just had that tropical storm depression, whatever the hell it was, ride through. We got pounded with rain the last since Saturday night here. So, well, there goes your CIO. That's a good solid move right through 16. You got the ask now cracking 16.10. It's pulled back a little bit. And spread is a penny. Can't ask for anything better than that on the spread. If you want to also find CIO, Barry's watch list up has it right here. It might have had it earlier. I had to reset my layout when I was coming over to hang with you guys, so it might have alerted earlier. I'm not sure, but you got it right here on this candle at 86. Right there. So got a 20-cent move off Barry's alert essentially, and it's not like it's whippy or spready in that sense. So, pretty solid stuff. Mr. Barry always working that magic. Defy anybody to find. Yeah, it might have been in his option scanner. Same thing. There's a bunch of stuff that populated in here earlier. I was busy doing my kind of thing and not paying attention to what was there. But when I loaded my layout, even though I have the exact same layout right now that I run during the day, I just swap screens. So what's on this screen is actually on a different screen normally. And what's on this screen is on another screen. But my main monitor has, my alerts coming through with the internal chats and supports and things like that I'm monitoring as far as, my normal roll hero trade ideas. So instead of trying to juggle everything, I just swap monitors really fast. Let's take a look what my friends here are doing. My longer term look. So JNPR just continues to march towards what I believe it will take out the all-time high of 32. I don't have the bet on in it right now. I haven't been able to time my rule set for how much I'm willing to put myself out there finance wise in positions with it. It is what it is though. I don't know if it was a boo boo or not, but I made a bet with LTHM this morning. I bought it when it cracked 25 before. It's fallen apart on me since. It's not come anywhere near where I plan to get a stop on it. However, I did want to try to sell some up here. I didn't get a fill. I'm going to leave that sell order in to take some off, but I like the way it's, maybe it's setting back up again here for me. We'll see what happens. But, we were talking about EVs. I've been trading this stock for a long time, too. I've been trading this stock since here. Steve was going to call it as a trade of the week when I was in it a long while back. I kind of asked him not to because I was going to sell on that Monday, and I didn't feel very good about him calling something as a trade of the week when I would have sell orders in on the open, and it all kind of worked out because I got filled on my sell orders, and then it took a dive down for about 2 weeks after that. So, for anybody that thinks that we're ever trying to pull anything behind the scenes here, we have a long-term business model going here, and doing anything despite our customers would be really stupid. But anyways, long-term wise, I kind of regret not, when we started to pull this base here, and we did this and this, I really should have bought it in here. I day traded it here, and I made like a whole $100 or something like that. I was like, woohoo, bought dinner for me and the kid for the night, go out and celebrate or something like that. And then I proceeded to do that for 2 days, and that's again hindsight trading biting me in the butt. But again, like I said, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing on my swing trading just wasn't working on these smaller caps. And talk about a small cap stock. What is this here? Well, it's under 3 billion now. It was not, before it made this move here. Obviously, that's brought a big little bit into it. But all the same, those things just weren't working for me. They're great day traders. That was it for a while. So I'm adjusting what I've been doing. Let's look at last alert from Barry here on his option scan. I feel like this has been popular the last few weeks, but no, garbage. Yeah, big wick. Adios. And Something that if you guys are ever in on the other side of the traders room with Real, who kind of helps moderate for and with Barry over there. First off, a lot of what I got is from him, especially using the 8 and the 20 here. That is 100% stolen from him, number one. Number two, not having a trading plan. I was part of being lectured by him many, many, many times over the first few years I was in the trading room. Him talking about, if you don't have a trading plan, you're gambling. Go to Vegas, go to Reno, go to Turning Stone, go to Foxwoods, go to, the Racino in Saratoga, New York. Go there if you don't have a trading plan. Spend your money there instead of wasting it on trading stocks when you don't have a trading plan. That was some harsh position that he took with me. The other thing that he used to always talk about when anybody was like, oh, is anybody still in whatever small stock like this that was trading and made a big fade, and he's like, things like this don't come back. You see a big move in a stock like this that's small, whippy, and anything like that, the odds of the stock coming back are probably 1% success of coming back on the day. So if you're trading anything that's one of those sub 10 stocks, sub $10 stocks, and it is, made its big move, and it gave up that big move, the odds are severely against it coming back. They just don't come back. That's the rule. I rarely ever see it break that rule. Again, kind of my 2 cents, if you will. That's that. So we got EXPR. Wasn't paying attention. That has let me down. And that's the end of this trade. So, dead. And that's the end of that. So again, I thought on this here, I liked this kind of pattern that was playing out, kind of cup and handle patternish. Yeah, Real is very direct. He doesn't have any reason not to be. He's got nothing to sell anybody or anything like that. So this is the pattern that I was looking at on this here. I was looking at this support line, we're above, or this resistance line, we're above it, but I'm not handing back the money. You know what I mean? And even though it's not, not making this month's car payment with that, it's money that goes into the account, and that's the end of it. And if we can get back up around 7 again, I'll look at it again then. But I was hoping for this. I didn't get it, and that's the end of that story. And that's life in the fast lane. But yeah, anybody that hasn't been here to hear this lecture from me, trading is not a job. If you think trading is a job, you have the very, very, very wrong mindset, viewpoint of trading. If you want a job, you go to McDonald's, they're hiring. Well, you start sweeping their floors or running the fryer or something like that. That's what a job is. A job is you work for someone else. Trading is a business. You work for yourself. You must have a business plan to have a business. If you're going to open up an LA Fitness, you got to have a business plan. You're going to open up a repair shop, you got to have a business plan. You're going to open up a bank, you got to have a business plan. You're going to open up a trading shop in your own office, your living room, wherever you're going to trade, you have to have a business plan. Anything short of that is it's failure. You're setting yourself up for failure. That's the end of it. You wouldn't go to a bank and say, "Hey, I want to open up a mechanic shop. Can I have, $5 million for the equipment and everything?" And the bank will go, "That's a great idea. This town could really use one. Can I see your business model for it?" "Oh, well, I don't have one. You're just giving me the money, right?" No. Maybe in 2004 you'd have gotten that, because banks were handing out money like that. But you're not getting that before that time period, and you're not getting that right now. I can promise you that. In this scenario, you're the bank and you're the business. So you're coming to yourself saying, "Hey, self, I want to give myself $5,000, $25,000, $500,000 to day trade, to swing trade, to do both." Are you really going to lend yourself that money to put in that brokerage account without a plan? Just think about that for a second. And, for those of you that haven't thought of something like that, give it a serious thought about what you're really doing, and the hard work behind it. Barry's probably back on the trading room at this point. I was just going to hold this till 12 o'clock when Sean takes over for the 12 o'clock Q&A. So there's a very good chance if you want to abandon me for Barry on the other side of the trading room, I won't be offended. I understand. So back to ALT here, and we're going to dead this trade too, it looks like, because I'm not really caring for this price action, Looking on a 15-minute chart, we came here. Is it doing this? Is it doing this? Right now, my bias is to the downside, to be honest. I'm getting ready to dead that trade too. Yeah, I mean, you guys are stuck with me on the YouTube side regardless till Sean gets here, and then it'll go back to Barry around 1 o'clock. That's that. So I'm going to hang on the ATL for a little bit longer here. See if it can't give itself the old heave-ho up off that 815 EMA. Not looking good for the home team, in my opinion. Do I trade full time? Yes and no. I mean, I work for Trade Ideas, so I do get paid by Trade Ideas. About sometime this winter, probably around the February-ish time of winter, I started trading well enough that I could probably pay most of my bills, if not all my bills, with just trading. I probably wouldn't have a penny left over to save. But I, made it to that point of trading. It took me a little over 3.5 years or something like that to get to that point. My first 2 years of trading, it was pretty ugly to say the least. Especially considering it was a pretty easy market to trade, to be honest with you. But I knew nothing about trading whatsoever at all, and it is what it is. And here I am today. It was the first 2 years were pretty terrible. After 2 years, it stopped being, like one step forward, two steps back, and it was like one step forward, three-quarters of a step back. And it started trending the other way slowly over the next year and a half or so until I, come to where I am. It took a long time. A lot of journaling trades. Most of what I do or see, how I manage a trade, comes from journaling and knowing where my sins in trading are. So, well, ALT's trying to do it. Came here, touched, held, touching here. We'll see. Like I said, it's got that gap. I really love that gap. But again, it's pharmaceuticals and blah, blah, blah. Volume's okay. 700,000 shares traded at this point. Again, relative volume's kind of relative. 1.7 on the relative volume. So obviously doing zero point 0.7 times more what it would normally do at this point. However, this is the number I'm looking at. What's it really doing? And this is the gap that I'm looking at. I'm looking at this here. But again, this pattern has not worked for me lately for longer term holds. So that's that. Any more questions coming at me here? I'm also following some talk in our trader room here going on. And there goes ATL again, or ALT, excuse me. Getting ready to cut bait. Good day anybody that was working with Holly here. Let's see. Dude, you're getting a Dell. Those were fun commercials back in the 90s, if anybody was around for that. I think that was the 90s, right? I'm going to date myself. ALXO. I'm guessing there must have been news on it, but Not bad. That gap, it's kind of held. Buyers and sellers pretty even at the moment. Come touch that 815. That's a little concerning though. So we'll see who's going to win. The 15-minute chart or the 5-minute chart. What MA do I use? I use an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA on intraday charts. I use those two. They're right here again. On the daily chart, I have a 50 SMA on the chart, which at some point I'm probably going to get rid of that too. The only other thing I'll keep is this position, the low position of 20 days. I really, 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 really like that. And for anybody that wants to use that, or you don't have to set it as a 20-day. Yeah, gateways. Remember, yeah, gateway. Flash from the past. If anybody wants to use a position in range like I use on a chart, right click, you come to indicators. No, there's probably going to be something here you're going to see that I have that you don't, but some of the things I have here that you don't are not active either. So, but you're going to look for, what are you going to look for? Something here. Multi-period low. That's what I use. Use this multi-period low, 20 here. You could use a multi-period high too if you're looking for resistance. And same thing, set your period, and that's the end of it. And then you can have, like I do here, like I said, on this chart, isn't it? This chart's more of an example of steps down. I mean, step down, 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 down. But, sure we can find a step up chart if we wanted to. Well, I mean, really easy to find a step up chart. Just go to the SPY. So, yeah. PY, again, autofill. So, when I'm talking about steps up and steps down, this is the 20 period low, step up. Overall, there's a lot of steps up. Continue, continue, continue. I also tease, it does what I call a leapfrog pattern. Looks like we're ready for that next leapfrog. Like I said, my thoughts are 455 is on deck. We're going to see if we can get a fill at the top of the spread here on ALT and kill this trade too. Does the new beta version have Bollinger Bands? Yeah, Bollinger Band's been in for a while, actually. No, I'm not a gap trader. Alyssa. Nope, not a gap trader. If a gap happens to work into something that I'm trading, so be it, but I'm not looking, maybe I guess a little bit. I did when I was day trading this last earning seasons. If you weren't here, I normally don't fare well in earning seasons. However, and I don't really day trade much for the last year, but I've been using Barry's option scanner during earning seasons this past one, and I did okay. It was my best earning season ever. So, excited for the next earning season in a couple months. A beautiful thing. It's always around the corner. But the type of gap trader, I guess you could call that I am, is that when I'm holding positions in swing trades, I'm hoping to see that gap into, that gap up while I'm holding. That would be the gap trader that I am. You can hear Barry's wow. Something went off. Oh, PXLW. Let's take a look at that. Let's see. Semiconductor. Oof. As you can see, I've got a lot of my sins from the past here on these charts. Let's get rid of all this junk. Very strong looking there. But right up into that resistance, we'll see. Already up 21% nearly on the day. Do you not want to chase that? Only time will tell. Well, T doesn't want to give me a fill. Oh, Fibonacci's. I'm not sure what they've got coming down the pipeline on Fibonacci's. We don't have them currently. Um, I know that there's a lot of work being done on the charts. The whole world is backlogged and shipping and this that. I know that we had tons and tons of servers that we ordered that are going to be dedicated to charts, updating the charts in all kinds of fun and exciting ways. Um, some of the servers have began to arrive. How fast all that stuff gets implemented by that team, I don't know. I just know that basically charts are the focus through the rest of the year for us. So Fibonacci's are a popular thing. So I don't see how they don't get into the mix at some point. Is it possible for me to share my layout? It is possible for me to share it, but the problem you're going to run into is that I use symbols lists, and you're not going to have those symbols lists. So, and ATL is now dead to me. So, we gave back some. It is what it is. How trading goes. Um, I mean, look, I can share my layout if you want. But it's not going to really serve you well, to be honest. So save or share to cloud, entire layout, save and share, copy, and we're going to post it here. So that's my layout. There's going to be stuff from other charts or from other screens that you're going to have in that layout. But like I said, it serves me, my layout, for it because of this my liked list. And that's constantly in flux, and I don't have a way to share. Like Barry's, my watch list is linked to a list that he updates, and you guys can get involved in. My list is not like that. I don't manage it the way he manages it. Sometimes I'm not trading much, so I don't feel like updating it because I don't have any reason to. And so then it becomes a responsibility to anybody that's on my like list if I were to public it or put it in public like that. And it takes other work on the back end to do that too. It's not just make it public. So, it is what it is as far as that goes. Show you how long it take you to get the hang of this software. Just bought my membership. It took me a month-ish, give or take, to start to really to understand the inner workings of the software itself. To start to really dive down and dig and back test and all those things like that. So I didn't get involved in Brokerage Plus until about 2 years into the software of me using it. I started using this in July of 2017. I also, I didn't mess around. I'm a self-taught learner. For example, I taught myself to speak fluent Spanish. Um, there's other things I'm self-taught in too. So obviously I needed the guys to help in the sense of I attended the 5 o'clock webinars like it was my religion. I missed none of them for a long time, or I would get 3 out of 4 every week, no excuses whatsoever. I attended the trading room nonstop. The support session did not exist at all. Um, what else? We didn't have half the video archives that we have. The live support chat that we have now on the website, you didn't have people like me sitting in it nonstop to be able to help. It was half the amount of information was out there, if that even, when I was learning too. So, but I was very determined to learn this, as I didn't, have a background in anything else, and I was not going to do what I was doing for the rest of my life. That's for sure. So, I treated it like it was school. Nobody was going to chase after me to do it. I invested my time and my money into it, and that was that. So, the thing that helped me the most is I realized that everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. Right click and look at what's there on the charts. Right click and look at what's here in an alert window. Right click and look at what's here in the top list. Right click, look at what's here in Holly. Right click and look at what's here in the single stock window. You come to, on the menu bar, you come to new, and you start to look at all this stuff that's in here. Forget about all that stuff there. You can't break the software. Just make sure you save layouts as you start to do things. Save windows to the cloud, save them locally, layouts, everything like that. This way, if you do something, the only way to undo it is to go back to that previous save. That's it. That's all you got. That's your only option. but you're not going to hurt anything. So experiment.